works. Testing. Good. Have chat content. Live. What I'm going to do, because we've got a few hours, is I'm going to put some posts up. Go from there. Keep saying that we've got an excellent connection. So hopefully that should be it. And then I've got to figure out how to let everybody know. 2 seconds, guys. Just trying to do posts on Patreon for everyone. If I can get it all working, because it's gonna be a bit weird. Okay, and next. Patreon, man, it sucks sometimes. What went wrong? Something went wrong with your request. Please try again. Did I forget something? Tag? Okay, I've got no idea what happened there, but post up on Patreon. Do we need? Yes, we do. We need. All right, guys. I've got chat. Hopefully, it's not behind my head. Pop it down here for just a minute. Let everybody know over on YouTube members, and then we'll just jump in and do some coding. See, I never know if YouTube members actually get notified when I'm on, but it can't hurt to let them know. So that is up. Patreon's up. Discord's up. Back into the flow. You can see the live stream. See chat. And there. We can jump in. That tech guy's up. Joseph, hi. Tech guy's soup. Joseph, it is lonely here. Yeah. Steve, hey. We see you better. Cool. Alexel, sorry. Highlight is far better in a new place. It is. I've got a window right in front of me. The problem is audio, so it might sound a little bit tinny on the stream, but I've got some sound pads or soundproofing, which I forgot to order, coming tomorrow. So I order it in the next hour from Amazon. It should come tomorrow. Oh, that shows my address. Don't want to show that to you guys. But basically, I've got some hexagon acoustic panels that'll be arriving tomorrow, which will be really nice. Which I'm hoping will sort out the audio in the room, because it is pretty tinny. I'm using the video as well, so I'm using the video broadcast to try and reduce that down, but I don't think it works all that well for the room echo. Like, it's just not what I need. Just want to buy foam panels. Trying to fight Amazon at the minute. Order placed, acoustic foam panels. Cool. Right. Joseph, any plans for full body IK support in multiplayer? Full body IK, probably not. I have had a few people ask me to do a physics version of the template, so that would be physics interactables, which I am considering doing, but it would be a separate purchase to this one because it requires quite a bit of rework, and it's also more expensive on mobile VR. So I want to give that balance. But for multiplayer, it's I'm not going to say it's guaranteed, but I have been going through and making some necessary changes. For example, um, the other day I fixed a bunch of stuff. So if we go into player's client, what I can do is I can actually spawn in now, and then we'll get rid of a whole bunch of errors. And if we go around, we've got movement sorted out, and we can see that the headset's replicated for the players, but the headset and the hands aren't, and I can't really switch between them. But I do get errors like this, which is what I'm trying to figure out. I don't know why we're getting an error from this, but it is the character controller that's causing it. But overall, I'm trying to add very simple multiplayer to this, so people can download it and then kind of use whatever system they want, whatever plugins or tools they want to use, so they've got more control over it. I'm not a network specialist, so it's a bit more difficult. I just realised I'm not even sure if I'm in frame. Oh, I am in frame. Cool. But yeah, multiplayer. I'm working on it slowly, but we'll see. Oh, yo, great to see you for another stream. It's good to see you as well. It's been a while. It's been like 3 weeks, maybe a month since I've been on. I can't remember exactly, but it's nice to be back. Going to try and get into the flow of it. We'll have a chat for a little bit, let people trickle in, and then we'll, I don't know, make stuff up and go from there. What is your opinion about the marketplace change to Fab for blueprint templates? I don't know just yet. I don't know how it works. I have been able to migrate the GDXR templates and content over to Fab, which is pretty good. It was shockingly simple to do. Although I did get some issues with registering my ID, which was a pain in the ass, especially when you lose your wallet. So I had to deal with that. But the GDXR templates are on there. So that's pretty much all we can do. I don't think the store's up and running yet, so just got to wait. The one benefit that I've seen of the store, which is absolutely amazing, is it now lets me do professional prices. So for you guys doing indie or anything like that, I can keep it as the same. But for those in the bigger companies, which have a shocking amount of people doing, I can now charge a decent rate for it without having to do individual contracts to give them access to it, which has been an absolute nightmare for keeping track of and doing everything else. So this alone is fantastic, but I don't know how it's going to work to translate over to it. But yeah. But I'm looking forward to it launching and seeing what goes on with it. A tech guy. I've already made a physics version. It has multiplayer and works on Quest 2 and Quest 3. I'm trying it right now because I have used some of your techniques. Cool, thank you. But yeah, I'll be doing a physics hybrid version. So we've got the hands and the interactables, but it will use all the logic from this template to then make it more performance on mobile. Because you don't particularly need physics for the door handles or the crank levers in some cases. But that's what I'm trying to figure out, is how far to take it. But yeah, if you've done multiplayer and you've got any advice for us, make sure to hop by the Discord and let me know, because I'm struggling with it at the minute. It's been a bit of a pain. Did you try the brand new UE5 beta? I did. It is right here. It is right here. I really like new pistols. But this is what I was thinking of doing today, is modifying the GDXR UVRT template to closer match a couple of little changes that they've made in this one. The idea is that if somebody downloads the default VR template and then they download the GDXR template, they'll be able to just understand what's going on, especially if I do something like this and like break up the inputs to do a release, which I was actually considering doing anyway, just to tidy it all up. But yeah, there's not all that much different, really. It does look nicer, all those shadows are broke in the headset, and the models have been updated. So we got some new guns. I'm pretty sure they're new anyway. There's details on there. But, overall, it's pretty good. I like the Nerf gun type thing. So I jump in, and then we hop in. We've got shadows not happening in one eye, but with a gun, I do like the added little literal Nerf bullets. So if you shoot it, it just sticks, which is super simple to do. I think what they do need to add in is a delay to remove them. Oh, there it is. I didn't even see that in the code. That's cool. But yeah, overall it seems fine. It's really not much different to the templates that we've had before. They've just changed a couple of little things around. They've also added in a load screen, which they've done here, which we're gonna take a look at doing as well. The GDXR template already has a load screen built into it, and I have mine inside of the game instance, so it can be pulled from anywhere. But I'm going to look at seeing if we can just change it around a little bit. So instead of having the add load splash screens, we bring it in, set load screen, and maybe look at getting it to rotate. So when the player moves their head in the load screen, it tries to update and match their peripheral, which would be quite nice. So we're going to do a couple of things, plod on, and then just try and see what we can come up with. Where is chat gone? I've switched over to Streamlabs, so now I'm lost. That's decent. The replication side is a lot more complex than single player programming. Yes, it's testing it as well. Testing on multiple headsets when you've only got one person is an absolute nightmare. Like switching between them, because what I could do is I can go into here, I can do drop down number of players to net mode, players client, but I can't actually switch between screens. So I can start now, and I can go in, and you can see that we're controlling the left screen, but I'm still possessing the one on the right. And then if I try to select that one, now I move around, but we don't take control of the actual player controller that's in there, and then we get a bunch of issues. But yeah, multiplayer is just something I'm playing around with off stream because I don't know what I'm doing, and it's just a waste of time for you guys to watch. But let's set that back. Sure. You only need one headset. I can't get mine to change. I can't switch between them. So I don't know whether it's something I broke with the character controller because that's how I've got it set up, or if it's something else. But if you got any advice for that, I'm totally up for listening. Yo, game, hello. It's been a long time. How's the new place? The new place is good. It's surprisingly spacious. We went from a house to a flat, but somehow it's bigger than the house, so it feels really strange. Neighbors are great. Everything's quiet. Office is nice. I've got my own little office, and if I do, ooh, what's this? I can do full screen now. I need a shave. So you get some sponsors, get some free races. But yeah, I've got my little display shelf on the right, and then if I tilt up, I've got all my other headsets. Oh, I'm probably going to break this, but we can do the whole lot. So just figuring it out, playing around with it all, trying to find something that I like, and then go from there. I also have a poster that I really want to put up, but I'm not too sure if it will break the it'll break tracking on the headsets with it reflecting off the perspex on the frame, which sucks. My brother one year for Christmas, oh god, it would have been last Christmas, bought me a collector's version special edition Blade Runner 2049 poster that's holographic, and I just want it on the wall, and I haven't been able to put it up. But now that I want to put it up, I'm worried that it's going to kind of break. Like break the tracking. But yeah, it's pretty cool. It's nice to be all set up now. Wi-Fi's in, everything's kind of sorted, which is pretty decent. Glenn, hi everyone. I didn't watch UE Fest yet. I haven't watched it either. Did they mention it in World Petition supports static lighting yet? I don't know. I imagine somebody would have mentioned that. But unfortunately, I haven't watched. I haven't watched it properly. The only thing I've seen is Tim Sweeney saying that we're in a new age, which is pretty cool. Mr. Spark has to be your character controller. I think it is my character controller. Yeah. So it needs to use standalone and hit Windows key to get your mouse back. Okay, we'll try that in a minute. Good morning. Jill, good morning. Good afternoon for me. It's weird. 1:30 here. Back online. Nice. Can you show your player controller? Yes. I'm not too sure what you want to see in the player controller, but I'm currently working on tidying it up because this is only one event graph. Or is it going to be something on the right here which is related to this section, the input? Because this is what I was playing around with the other day where I had no Wi-Fi and I just couldn't figure it out properly. But this is what happens when you're not a network specialist and you just do standalone. You never know. So you said do standalone game. So if we switch to number of players, 2, I can only do players client. If I do players listen server, I get a whole bunch of errors. So we do that and then standalone game. I wasn't planning on doing multiplayer, but we'll take a look. For anyone wondering, I am using 5.3 version of the template just because there's not much difference between going from 5.3 to 5.4 for the update. So the idea is keep working on 5.3, I can update 5.4, and then once 5.5 releases as a proper build, we can switch over. So enable input can only be specified on a player controller for itself. I don't know what that means. Jump in. Which? I can't see anything. So difficult to see when I'm in there. Okay, we're moving around. Oh, my nose. So then we do Windows key, the switch. Is that the right one? No, this one. They just won't switch the character. It only keeps me as the one player. Switch then. Right character. See, I have no idea what's happening. Is it a case of controlling both characters at the same time? Is that what's going on? This would be cool if we can get this working. Because all I want for the multiplayer out the box, so I know where to start, is the player movement setup, the HMD mesh replicating, and the motion controllers replicating. After that, I can look at everything else and create a component to do replication for the individual parts. But I didn't realize I had to go into launch game, which is kind of interesting. My headset comes off my head and then the sensor stops working. Why is that so high? Why is the first one so offset? That's not right. Okay, weird. Yeah, it just doesn't seem to take over the other controller. Oh, Bannock, hey! Good evening. Good to see you today. How are you doing? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Finally got internet up and running. And then we're taking a look at multiplayer really quickly before we fix some of the bugs. But yeah, I don't know if this one will work, but we'll find out. Yeah. Yeah. We literally got to wait for it to kick in. Two different players at the same time. Why? Why is it not the normal stuff? You would just switch over. Let's start with the log player controller error. Make sure you're calling enable input from the player controller that controls your character. No. Do this with the actor's blueprint or using the begin play. We should have enable input. When calling enable input, the first argument must be the player's controller. If you're unsure, retrieve the player controller using get player controller and pass it into enable input. Do I not already have that? Yeah. Yeah, I've got get player controller, enable input, local subsystem. Because I even tried doing the input local, and then I believe it is the not that one, the top one, which doesn't have an input pin per local player input subsystem. And then this is just from player controller. So I've always used the get player controller, and then that's fine. So that's the inputs for this. That's where we handle most of it. And then character Manny, pretty sure on begin play. We can do player controller, enable input, target self, player controller, do it that way. I'm not too sure why that would cause difference. Because the way that I thought it was happening is the get player controller 0 is linking to the wrong character. So both it's spawning two player controllers and then it's attaching them to one player instead of having one for each. But I just don't know enough about it. It's that whole case of like going around in circles with it. We can try this. While this one boots up, I'm gonna go grab a drink. Back in a second. Oh. God, this floor is so difficult to close. It's like it's stuck on the carpet. So I've got to actually give it a decent push. Oh, yeah, you need to make sure it's on client. Oh, it's loud. Is server false, then bind your inputs. Alright, guys, this is where I'm out my comfort zone. So yeah. So in here, is that right? Because we do is server, networking is server, branch true, but what do I do after that? Like, where does this go? If you want to direct to a PC, you can ask the game state for a list of connected ports. Don't understand. And I'm not afraid to say it. wasn't I was no way planning to start a stream and just do multiplayer after a month of not touching Unreal. So only the client's bind. Um, so if I do it literally off here, because if there's only a couple of things that we need to do to get this roughly set up, it still gives people a starting point to go with. Multiplayer is a nightmare. Multiplayer is literally an absolute nightmare. But the way that I'm thinking is, if I get to the point where the character itself is replicated and then moving around for blueprints, then it gives the developer a head start already to then add what they need to go. Mr. Spark for multiplayer, it's best planning your game from the beginning to be multiplayer as there may be further issues ahead of time. So I have actually done that, which is why we have character controllers for it, and then standard game instances to handle everything else. So I did take that I like really early on, which is why the character controller exists in the first place, to be able to separate that out. But in this case, it's not doing that. Controller is still attached, which is fine. We're getting both of them, but we just can't switch. All I can see out the corner of my eye is he's 100% correct, and I've got a feeling that it's not referring to me. I suppose 100% correct. Yeah, so that's why the player is set up as it is. So the player setup as it is, the HUD and elements only render to the player that they're attached to as well. So in the background, as I've been building it, I have done a multiplayer pass, so to speak. So at this point, all they really need to be is replication added to each individual part. The main game mode and setup should already be sorted for multiplayer. I've even got, because I had it in quite early, if I go to here, I've already got controller replication and HUD stuff set up. So we can actually connect that up. It might break. I think some of the transforms may be wrong, but there is part of it already set up for that. Like it won't require a full redesign. The way that I look at the multiplayer side of it is there's so many different HMDs that require so many different ways to set up multiplayer, whether you're using EOS, Steam, Meta, online subsystem, they're all going to have their own different setups. So if I can make it as general as possible to begin with, then we can go from that and kind of build it from there. Don't know what's going on. In the headset, I can see the screen on the left. In the headset, I can still see the screen on the left. So it doesn't actually switch the screens. Sure, nice to see you back. It's nice to be back. Really is. Anything requesting PC, so player controller 0 or pawn 0 that isn't specifically on the client will likely break. I might have broke it if I was playing around with. Yeah, so Auto Process AI. I was playing around with this the other day. Then the VR controller has its own. Yeah, auto receive input player 0. It'd be really freaking cool to get this working though. Oh, I might have to disable that the code for the controllers to stop the screen from flickering around like that. That is server side. Server side is client side. Then we add the inputs in. Not got any more inputs set up anywhere else. We'll have a look at this and then we'll have a look at the log, see if there's anything in there. I don't really care about that. See the little headset on the floor moving around, but I can't change players. Do I have to do something? So I've got the window selected. To the left, I am technically controlling the left one because I can do tab. So it is a player controller issue. About all this stuff. Enable input can only be specified on a player controller for itself. Why did I lose it? I'm intrigued now whether we can actually sort this. Yeah, heavy. There we go. Cool. Let's see what's going on. Oh, that's exciting. When I try to run the game, the editor, everything works fine, but I keep getting this error in the log console every take. So I check the game mode details and the project settings and notice that the default pawn type in player pawn control modify it and place it in the scene and use the same sets and code that possesses this. Problem is in the game mode details and the project settings and where the default pawn type is set. It has to be a generic class from which your custom pawn classes when I import the game mode settings for the FPS. So I'm just winging it. So we added the enable input in here. That doesn't really do anything. So enable input self. Yeah, correct. Do I just need to add that in here? What without? There's gotta be a freaking setting that I'm missing somewhere. Any ideas? So I've selected the right window. Oh, which if I wait, does it click over? Because their inputs are working, just not player control. What could I do? Can you zoom a bit more? It's hard to see the blueprint specifics. There's nothing really to see. Like, there's not much in here. Like, if you know which area you want me to zoom into, then I can definitely do that. Returns a player controller found while iterating through the local and available remote player controllers. On a network client, this will only include local players as remote player controllers are not available. The index will be consistent as long as no new players join or leave, but it will not be the same across different clients and servers. Is local controller, is that what you mean? Maybe change the is server to is locally controlled and put your enable input back at the end of that. Just trying to see if I make sure locally. It might not hurt direct side. Yeah, I can change all of the interfaces if I need to. So is player control. So we try both of those. Is local controller? We want to say yes, because then we don't want it to happen server side, do we? Uh, that's weird. Because that's right. There we go. It's because I was running the server in the background. I think this is local controller, so I think that's running the right one. I haven't seen any red. But it might pop up when this one kicks in. I saw the red. It took a minute for the other one to update before. There it is now. Okay. There's something. It's just the HUD. Okay. Windows key. Click over into the other one. We should give it a second and then see if it just kicks something in. Okay, now I've changed over to the other and then back. Huh. I briefly changed to the other headset. Select it. We wait. There we go. Now I'm in the other headset. So I'm by the ramp. I'm on the headset on the right, but I have no controllers or anything else. So we've got to wait to switch from one player to the other player, which works fine. But we don't have any inputs. So if we take a look, also this is such a pain in the butt. Enable input can only be specified on the player controller for itself. I don't understand what this means. And that's the problem. Okay, so I found this. So someone's having the same thing, C++. It's happened to me, I fixed it this way. In your player controller class, auto receive input, player 0. In your character class, auto possess player, auto receive input, player 0. I have a character parent class, pawn class. Class shouldn't have from A. So, player controller, close that little server down. There we go. Do character controller, so player controller, um, auto receive. Yeah, auto receive input player 0. You know, character class, class defaults, auto possess player, player 0. Override the enhanced input. Right. Player. Auto receive input. Standalone game. I wasn't planning to do multiplayer at all, and now I'm in it. Hello XR, welcome back. We're still here. I'm so glad everybody's still here. I've been panicking. All you ever hear is people being like, if you do YouTube, you're not there making videos, people leave, and I'm just like, uh-oh. But no, everybody's still here. It's really nice. Come back to a decent welcome. I'm just sorry that I had to deal with it all. It's been nothing but stress. JL, do you spawn your player at runtime manual or let the engine handle it automatically? Have a look at part of the plugin. I let the engine handle it, so it's handled through the game mode. So we have VR game mode, which then loads, the VR character controller and then the VR pawn class through there. But I don't think we need anything else in here. But yeah. Left window. And then wait a minute. For some reason it kicks in. Hopefully. Unless it's because I did the enhanced input thing. Window on the left, and then we wait, and it should snap us over to that one. There we go. But I can't move, and I don't have inputs. They still exist on the other controller. Okay. So we got away from going from one headset to the other. And then if I click on the right, that one just is up and running. Making some kind of progress. I don't really know. They'll just that message. Possessing the character and giving the error because of it. I had to set up manual spawning possession to get it all working right. Oh, that's a nightmare. I had to set up manual spawning possession to get it all working right across an actual network. Do you really need to do that though? Because I thought to get multiplayer working, all you have to do is take your player starts. This is simplifying it a lot, by the way. Take your player starts and then just move them over. So I've got auto receive input, player 1, which you guys can't see because it's behind my camera, isn't it? So we've got auto receive input player 1 and then input priority 0. And then the same here. Do these need to be priority and then input priority. Or do something like that. Will it wait? Three, four. This one spawns properly on the right. Which way is that one looking? Yeah. Switch. Oh. Now I'm on the view on the left. Let's see. So like, oh, yeah, I don't know. I think on a single PC just yeah, it's a pain. That's why. That's why nobody does it. Let's figure out why it's not letting me save again. That was open. So maybe adding a layer of complexity and just didn't count it. This in multiplayer should work right out of the box though. Yeah, this fuck, and I don't deal with headsets at all. Emmer? Emmer? I hope I said that right. Glad you're back. I'm glad to be back. I haven't seen it since I started the stream, but I am really pleased to be back. What do you guys think of the camera? I'm using my phone. I wanted to look a little bit better, so I've got my phone on a tripod behind my monitor. It's not the most perfect thing, but I think it kind of works. Okay, right player works. We can see our jumping character. Windows button. We switch. We wait. Now I'm in control of the left character, but it still controls my right one for hands, and then my head is on the left, which is weird. So we are switching characters, but we're spawned right up into the air. We're not getting any info. Cam looks cool, Max Bagley. Yeah, I'm aware of the echo. I've gone and ordered some. I don't think I've got the window open anymore, but I've ordered some soundproofing for the walls to stop it, which is pretty cool. Cam looks good. I'm glad. Let's test that again and see what error we get. I've got a feeling it's going to be the same error. Because the problem is the player controller itself. I'm rocking the video broadcast. It's not working for it. It's doing room echo, but it's the tinniness. That's what seems to be coming through the mic, which is really annoying. I've got a noise suppressor on my mic. I got one. Is that a noise suppressor? Before? But either way, the room's so tinny that it's gonna bounce around anyway. Oh, three. For a split second. And wait, is there no error this time? Okay, so if I set auto receive input to 0, we don't get an error. In the headset, I can see the right character. But I noticed the control error has gone. Yeah, it's gone since changing the auto receive input from 0. If we go back through and then play a 0, I'm pretty sure it's going to come back. Let's see it really briefly. Only when these two pop in. Or when the second one pops in. That one, and then player 2 is going to load in. There we go, and then we get the red. Enable input can only be specified on a player controller for itself. So auto receive input is causing the issue. Are you able to pull up an on possessors event in your controller? I'm not sure. We can do on possessors. But it's like, how do we use this though? You know about a sign? Don't do that. I wonder if I could just do this. Put a controller. Play a controller, can't use self. It sometimes works, but then it didn't when I tried to previously do it. Such a gamble. I love this though. I generally love it when chat's involved. Like you guys, like try this, this, and this. I'm always learning something new. The question is, once it boots up, do we get red? If we do, we take a look to see if I've messed something up in them settings after this little bit of code. It just puts the other one back up into the air. And I don't know why. No, get that red message again. But we did. There we go. Something to do with this player frickin' zero. Normal print brown. Zest. Let's try it. Find it. Okay. We'll do obsessed and then we'll make sure that's firing the print string. If it is, we'll then bind it to the event begin or the event update movement method to see if that kicks it in and then switches over for us. Where's it gone? Oh, it's sliding along the wall. I also don't think possessed fired. Forgetting it. Don't know if this is going to do anything. If this doesn't work, we'll do like another couple of minutes, and then I might just switch over to doing non-multiplayer stuff. Just because I'm not entirely sure what's happening, I don't want to waste too much time. It'll be fantastic if it did work though. Sure, both their controllers assigned to the same character. Now my right inputs are working. What the hell? Is it because I'm on the same machine or something? I don't think this code's doing anything at all. Oh, do we change auto receive inputs somehow? Like I do player one, the one by the stairs or the ramp, that typically goes higher. I don't know if I need to change this auto receive input value based on which character controller is spawned in. Like incrementing it. As soon as the other one spawns, Player controller. If I gotta do like index 0 is locally controlled. Like get the number of player controllers. I might leave it for now. Yeah, I think the core issue is right there. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do some deep dive into it, I think. Try and understand how player controllers work with networking. I'm pretty sure as well, if I tried to just launch this on two different headsets and then connect them up, I have a feeling it would work. I think it's possible because I'm doing it through the PC that we're getting different results. Higher up. In the headset, I can see out of the viewport on the right, the hands on the floor. Ah, there doesn't seem to be an easy way to check. It's got to be something really stupid. Having a testing like this, my wife has a PC, so I should Quest 3 as well. Yeah, that would be the best way, the better way to do it. Player 0, auto receive input, player 0, input priority 0. Player start, auto receive input, player 1, input priority 1. It's any project settings, maps and modes. Maps and modes, default game mode, yes. I'd leave it on let's try it on local. I don't even think there's any documentation for doing multiplayer testing with VR through Unreal, which is quite frustrating. I also need to put some music on. The silence is killing. It's weird because it starts normally. As soon as this one kicks in, this one's going to pop up into the air, and then we control this one. I'm pretty sure that's how it will work anyway. I'll do it once I put the headset on. So the headset's currently off at the minute. Um, I always put this on and then I get told to turn it off anyway. My audio. I'm not sure how that is, so you'll have to let me know. Hopefully hopefully it's giving the right audio out. Okay, so as soon as I click, so I click the window on the right and then I put the headset on. Both of them kick in, which is strange. But I'm controlling the one on the left. Click the left window, we wait for it to boot back up. There we go. And then I can move around. I need to fix the fingers. If I point at the UMG and then go back, then they work. Hey, what? If I play that again with the headset on my head, does it? I wonder if it pops the players up that way. So I wonder if one of them goes up into the air because it's trying to read the headset and the on the PC, and it doesn't know which one to do. It could just be a case of making sure that we have the headset off the head when we press start, wait for them to load up, and then put it on. There we go. That kind of broke it. Okay, so headset has to be off the head when we press start. So weird. Headset off the head. It's more frustrating because this is that little hurdle that once we get over it, so many different things. I just saw the videos. I'll put a link in the chat for you guys. Not game instance. The problem is most people don't start with a character controller. Duplicate that, didn't he? Default. Oh, we've got that. I was probably watching with audio, but if anybody wants to watch it, they can check out the channel. Did you get number of players? This is in the game mode. So what he's doing is when you press start, you get all the actors as the player starts, so it sees how many there are, and then it gets one at random. Subtracts it because it's an array. Then calls that in, where it's probably going to set the player location. Player. Wait. He's possessing the character afterwards. Target is controlled. So if I just, could I just do possess then? Idea. After this, just so I'm not staring at it forever, I'm gonna we'll do something else. With both of them. Character controller isn't working. We're not possessing the right ones. Okay, let's tell you what. Let's leave it there. What we'll do is we'll go through and we'll just make some improvements. Make sure that UVRT is working. Start by fixing freaking inputs. A little update list of stuff, and then I know in my character controller game instance I started changing that around. I was meant to 12, 5, 5, 12. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the full screen. I can't remember which color grey it is off the top of my head, so I'm just going to bring this in. So I can color pick it. What is going on with my Photoshop lately? This is 512 by 512, so we get a better quality resolution image on the load screen, because that's what I'm going to change here. I'm going to find you guys so I can see chat. Good call, multiplayer stuff will drive you insane if not fair. It does. It's more the case of I really want to implement it, which is why I want to dive into it. But I don't want to just waste all of that time when I could be fixing all of the bugs that are in there, all the little things. So it'd be pretty good. Galvanic, third question. I'm looking into finalizing the weapon system for my game, and for that I'm not sure what to use. GDXR bullet holes, or should I just spawn decals? It entirely depends on the platform. Decals don't work on mobile or forward rendering, or at least they didn't. I haven't tested them for a little while, which is why I use the plane to then put it onto the wall. So it's kind of up to you what will get the best results. And it's also going to depend on the platform as well. But I'm pretty sure you're targeting Quest 3, so I would definitely check into it and go from there. I'm going to Google that actually. Wow. This is 2016, so this doesn't help. First for PlayStation and PC first, and later Quest. It's difficult because my recommendation is to target Quest first. If you target Quest first, then by the time it comes to getting it onto the other platforms, then you can do an upgrade pass, which I know can be a little bit more difficult. But you can always bring stuff into the engine at like 4K and then scale it down for the Quest. But certain features, like the decals, is what I would be careful of. Maybe even upgrading them for different systems. We could take a look. I could just take a look. I think it's 512 and it's still super low res. Have you guys seen the change log for 5.5? I think it is the new one that's just been announced, or the one that we've got access to. Um, they've improved UMG text so it doesn't blur. It keeps the same resolution as it's scaled now, which is really nice. And this is really annoying because it doesn't look center because of the dots. That's fine. Export. What I'm going to do is I'm going to export as. The file. Target, isn't it? I'm going to save it out as a target and then the PNG, and I'm going to check sizes. Bring both of these into Unreal and then see what the sizes are like. That is the wrong version of Unreal. That is 5.5. Wait, why can't I find it? What did I do with it? Oh, what's going on? RGB. It's all loading. Load on. Wait. It's not showing up in my folder. Just the PNG. Wait, can you not see target files? Something? Does it seem to be saving as a target? Yeah, it's not doing it for some reason. Okay, let's just use the PNG. So this is how they have it set up at 5.5 now. So we get the location and then we just feed it through. So we're going to jump in and we're going to check it out. What I want to do is take a look. Oh, my hands all. Take a look at setting it up so when we move inside the load screen, it actually updates to the view. Ah, is that the one? That is a bug. But in the last update, to get it sorted, did change press to trigger event, like press to load. Pretty much removed it. You guys can't see it, but I can see it in the headset. Also, the 5.5 is better. Right now, you can't access the GDXR plugin, so it's not going to be better in that end. I've only played around with it for about half an hour. The template still looks the same, but there are some shadow issues with lenses. But overall, it doesn't look too bad. Let's see it. Name instance, set load screen. Might be worth doing show on set. Oh, I'm in it. It's really frustrating that you guys can't see this on the screen. I can see it in the headset and it looks really nice. Overall, I'll stick with 5.4.4 because I kind of regret shifting from 5.3. But whenever I go into material optimization, okay, that's just weird. I'm not entirely sure what would be causing that one. So if I use that one, so this is the setup that they have for the new 5.5 template. So if you went at the beginning of the stream, my idea was that if we make the GDXR template in some way keep in line and match the Unreal versions as they come out, then it makes it easier for people going from the default VR template to this one to like know what's going on. Okay, so that just loads in again as it is. Do set loading screen and then we can't see it in the loading screen, so it won't make much of a difference, is it? Okay. I don't know if I've got to update this on tick. I've just seen that the set loading screen doesn't have a rotation. Add loading splash screen does. How does XR load screen function? Can't see it, but it's spinning. Spin. Basically, I just want to wait for the load screen to load where I'm looking. Oh, whoa! I made myself dizzy. It's rotating around. Oh, it used to display. Why does it not display now? Like it used to show up for you guys. Try it. The music stopped. I might just do the set loading screen. Do it that way. Don't really need anything else. And then as it saves, you can then do the movie. Forget. I have someone to turn there. Good. Load test level. Level. So this code is what's screwed it up. I forgot to delete that code before putting the update. That's what's caused some people to have bugs with it. but you're not entirely sure what's going on with it. So if I go back to demo room, I did it there, but I didn't do it in the other ones, and I think that's what's causing the issue. So now if I jump in, there we go. Fade out, I see the loading screen briefly, now we pop back in. So I might just leave it like that, and then we don't need any of this. This matches the OpenXR load screen. Why am I not better at freaking math? I want to. That timer by event. 1.2. If this doesn't work, I'll revert it, but I just wanted to try it. Looping. So we fire continuously. I want to set the position, but it's not going to do it. Offset. Can I get? We don't want to continuously set load screen. Once I just get load screen, I don't think it's going to do it that way. I think I'm pushing my luck. Realize I don't have chat open. Where have you all gone? There you are. Oh. You're still doing okay? Got my audio out. Oh, my eyes. So is anybody that's chilling out working on anything fun? Hide loading screen. What bit then? Oh. I'd love to improve this. There was a. Oh, what was it? Struct types, struct utils. I don't know if that just means an ordinary struct though. I saw it while flicking through Reddit the other day. Add a new foliage interaction system. Need to do vertex pinning on a lot of foliage. Nice. See, other than optimizing the crap out of blueprints. I uploaded the video on the blueprint optimization while I was doing this mess of a house move, but I never had a chance to check it out, like see if people actually found it helpful, which is pretty interesting. I'll have to have a look after the stream. That's the worst thing about using my phone as a camera. I've got to look sideways because I got it in landscape mode. I found it useful. That gave me motivation back to working on the game. Nice. Why browse to assets should be oh, that's one thing to see. Did Epic modify the hands so they're actually more optimized? I didn't pay any attention to them. But if it's just the hands with just the textures and none of the body crap, then I'll have to look at migrating that over. It'll improve size as well. Your character and mannequin XR textures. Yeah, they're still using the old ones. Okay. It's really annoying because if you go to the mesh, so meshes, Mani, Scout Mesh, and then size map, it's like 131 megs just because of all the textures. Like there's so much going on with the textures themselves, it just puts the file size way up. That's not including the animations that are on top of those as well. Yeah. I feel like the guns look better though, but I don't actually know if they've changed them. Like changed the models, or if I've just lowered the resolution of mine down too far. Okay, just put that down as changed pack. If I call it remove and send a code from load screen. And then one bug. Oh, is the index fingers when we start. So when the UMG is not pointing, definitely quite a bit I need to clean up. Yeah, well, I'm slacking on music and sound myself. I actually commissioned some background music months ago. I still haven't got around. Music adds so much to a project. Like once I've focused on all the bugs and got all the features in this that I'm happy with, I'm gonna get an audio pass done. So set up epic sounds to go through the weapons, and then like a whole bunch of different things. So when you grab the ladder, it makes like a little clinking sound, like little things like that, which would be pretty sweet, I think. I don't know my eye, but it sounded killers today. The index finger doesn't work to begin with. Oh, I was able to reduce some code as well, by the way, from the player. How did they do the inputs for the dropping of weapons? It wasn't, it was the grabbing, wasn't it? Blueprints. I'm pretty sure it's Victor over at Epic that works on this one, so I think he's changed it, or somebody else probably. Everything else is pretty much the same. Cool. I don't think they're using this for anything. Well, they have changed it so there's an input action grab left released. Released one. Cool. Left, right. Press modifier and then a dead zone. Pressed. I'm gonna have to go in and do the inputs. It's running on triggered now. So it's just running through on triggered, so permanently firing. If I hop in, so this is 5.5. Do it. This still only happens once. I also don't like that they've hidden the hands. I get it, it looks a little bit tidier. That threw way better. What? They fixed throwing in general. How did you do that? Thing. Okay then.
Computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
It would be nice if I could clean up these structs a little. have to do it for every freaking mapping. Grab left, grab right pressed, and then do it for the. Do it this way. Left, release. What's the point of copying if you can't paste it? Copy all properties in group. Paste properties into group. DK, GDXR, as far as you know, is there a way to do path constraints in Unreal so much pages? I haven't done constraints in a long time. By path constraints, do you mean splines? Let me have a refresher.
In this video, we're going to talk about the path constraint. For this example, I just simply have a drawn out spline in my scene, and I have a box with a spline that's acting as the parent for that box. So,
Oh, yeah, 100%. That's what I'm doing with the draws. So my drawers have a spline component, and then when I grab them, it moves along that spline. So I get the location at the spline point, and then I could do a little bit of math to do set world location. So when I jump in, because I've been playing around with the grabbing. Then what I can do is I can go over to it, and then when I drag it, it follows that spline. Take spline. And then hold Alt. Hit snap. What I can do is I can jump in, go back to it. And then now when I pull it, good. Oh, it's only less spline point. Right there. How many spline points did I add in? If I change this to 3 so it knows that I've got 3 spline points. And then what I can do is I can take this. And then as I go through, it should follow the spline. Or it's just do the length. Either way, you can make it follow the spline. I think I need to get length along spline. I might just be using the wrong color. But either way, you can do that, and it's not too difficult to do. Yeah, so you can do so get location at spline point. You could do get location and tangent at spline point. Get location at distance along spline point. So get location at distance, and then you can switch it from there. So you can get whereabouts it is on the spline and then pass that through. But yeah. But you can definitely do it. Just takes a little bit of coding. Sorry, I didn't mean to derail you. That's all good. It's all good. And I've just realized why Epic have done it with the grab left release. Ah. I don't need to do that with mine. I need to undo everything. I'm going to undo everything so it goes back to how I had it. And then I'll explain why. Okay. So let's do. Okay, so why did I undo that? So in the new template, what they have is they have it so when you press the trigger and you grab an actor, it hides the hands. So rather than doing the checks that I have with the struct to be like, do you want to hide those or turn them on or off? They're just using the inputs, so the enhanced input system to do that automatically. So if I jump in, it's basically saying it's taking the repress, so once the release, and then going through to it, and then it's doing it that way. I could probably, if I wasn't too tied up for time, it would have worked. It would have worked, and then we could add the option to lock the release. We make it less code for us. I should have probably thought about that before I'm doing all of that. But I'll come back to that because I know I need to sit down at some point and go through all. I need to go literally through all of these and make sure all of the bindings for each platform is set correctly. Because I think some of these might be incorrect and not have the correct inputs set up out of the box. Especially for stuff like the Vive ones, which are just a pain to work with. Yeah. This HUD needs a real good tidy up. being called? Idea of a bunch of this. Oh, what is that? One thing I was thinking of doing is using a spring arm and then just attaching the hood to it. But it would remove the player hood component and then it would just attach it back to the player. Or we get spring arm. I'm gonna try this. Trying to remember which order the spring arm goes in. Because we could use all of this information here. And then remove a whole bunch of logic. No. That's because the blueprint's not spawning in and we're not attaching it. So widget component. Whereas I can't see where the spring arm is. So it was the master. It's really big. Player HUD. And then if we take the spring arm and we do enable camera lag, there is no. So there's lag when we move. Oh, really stuttery. That feels quite nice. It's a bit jittery though. I don't feel like a distance thing. Do collision test. So if I went up to a wall now, is it gonna stop me from going through the wall? Kind of cool. It gives way more control, but it's not as smooth as what I had. That's really bad, but God, would that make life so much easier and cleaner for people? Yeah. Can't really see it on the screen, but in the headset, it's just stepping. Is it because it's on the camera? Whoa! Aw. No, we crashed. It still saved it. But God, imagine how much code that would remove. And then if you want to send anything to it, you could do it from any actor. Get player character, get component, C_player HUD, get the user widget object, and then you can just send the information to it the exact same way. We're at a point now where we've got most of the, like, pretty much all the features that we need in this. It's just about making it better. Ah. Still streaming? I think we're still doing. We got quiet. Child of spring on. Change this to go further away. Max distance to camera target may lag behind current location, so 0 no max distance and force. So let's try like 2. And then compile file. Stable. In a loading loop. It's a lot smoother. Oh, here's my see it. I see it. That works much better. It's colliding. That's what it is. Right. So it's got collision. So as soon as I go there, there's the spring arm. Spring arm triggering it? Or is it just this? Why did I do this in the first place? It's so much nicer. It's a little bit stuttery, but I don't know if that's the camera. Way better than spawning different actors and then having to deal with where they are. I feel like 10. What distance the camera target may allow. That's much. Okay, guys, I'm doing that. Okay, so being able to remove both of these. The only problem is I remove most of those. Some of the settings that we have available to us is going to be replaced as well. So I might have to remove the HUD options temporarily till you can do it in here. Or I just copy them over, which would work. And then I hook it into this one. Okay. So if I do how many references? Copy them over. Yeah. I'm gonna have to copy them over because we got it from here. And then it's just a case of being in the menu. So UMG, widgets, master widgets. I got one for HUD, don't I? Yeah, enable player HUD, enable it, and then disable it. So I've just got to go through and hook these up so they go back to the player, which is fine, but it means none of this code is needed anymore. So what I'll do is, so I don't forget player HUD, I'm going to actually fully delete these. Oh. Go get player character, get component by class, HUD. Get player HUD components. So we don't even need to do that. We can just go straight into get user widget. Pretty sure we can clean up most of this. Get player character. Then good, just keep working. Headset stuck on that load icon. There we go. There we go, and we get our notification through it. And we're set up the exact same way. So all I need to do is change the material in here. With my depth one. So materials, widget materials, master depth disabled. Now when I start, now the HUD is back in. We've got a way more natural system set up. And we have no code that we actually have to deal with. That is so much better. Also simplified all of this. It's really, really nice. So we're not spawning actors, we're not spawning components, we're not attaching components, we're not updating on tick. Well, spring arm will be, but it's its own thing. Then we've got the positions updated and everything else, which is really nice. Checking out Megalights in 5.5 preview, and it just works. Somebody in the Discord said that they don't work with forward rendering though. So on the mobile VR, they don't do it. Jared, sorry to ask, but what we do for today in GDXR. We've been doing quite a bit. We started off trying to do some multiplayer stuff, which didn't really work out. I think we made a little bit of progress with it, but other than that, it didn't really work. Then after that, we've been going around and changing some stuff up. And I've just been working on overhauling the player HUD. So I've deleted so if we go to components, player HUD, I've actually deleted the HUD component and the HUD actor, so neither of them spawn now. And they're not filled with code. That was just making it unnecessary. So, size map 2.4 megabytes. If I open up 5.4, I'll show you the difference. So this is a version that hasn't been changed yet. I go from there. Wait, what happened? Can you please repeat? Was zoned out for a bit. So rather than having a whole bunch of having the HUD component spawn the actor component, and then attach it to the HUD component, and then updating on tick to set the location, everything else. What I've done is I've gone into the player character. I've given it a spring arm, and then I've attached the HUD component to it. Or actually, I made a new component for the HUD. So when I've attached to it there, the actual headset handles everything, and then the spring arm does all the work. So we don't have to code anything. It just makes it a lot easier to work with. So if I close this, this is how it looked beforehand. So we've got widget player HUD, which was an empty component with a widget component in there, set up, customized. And then we had C player HUD, which was spawned in, and then it was doing all of this. So it was reading all of this to then set it up. So where begin play, we spawn an actor, we cast to the game instance, we then find out if we're updating HUD settings, and then pass that through, and then spawn it in. So what I've done is I created a widget component. So if you go to Blueprint class and then just search for widget, you can get the widget component directly. So we don't have to put it inside of an actor to then spawn it in. So see HUD now, that is inside of the player, is the actual HUD element. It's just attached to a spring arm that takes the camera position and updates everything else. So all I need to do really is take this component and then have a section in the event graph which updates its transformer position based on the struct. So it cleans it up. So the component now for the player is 2.4 megabytes compared to whatever it was beforehand, which was the component size map, 2.8 megabytes, and then the widget HUD actor, which was 2.5 megabytes. So we put them together, about 6 megabytes. We put it down a little bit. But the main thing that we've cut down is all of this code is gone. Poof, gone. We don't need to worry about it. Don't have to play around with anything. Now it's just a case of you want to play a HUD, you just go into your player and you add it in. So yeah, you just add it in. And if you want to, we don't have one for spawning it at runtime, but all you have to do is just create a component. So component. Add component by class, which would be HUD, and then we attach actor to component, and then it would just be the spring arm. So plug that in there, and now if you call this, you can add and remove it, so it will be a lot easier to work with. This is one of them stupid things. I was lying in bed and I was like, we could just use a spring arm. It would do all of the work. And it also cuts down on what we need here, so we don't have to cast anymore to send information to the player HUD. We can just call get player character, get component by class. And because that component is a widget component, we just get user widget object. And then we go straight through. Actually, we could probably just do that. No. Is it? What is this? Push notification. Again. So I might still need that get user widget object just so it knows which one we're actually pushing to. There we go. Which is much better than having it the other way around. What we could do is give it a stereo layer. Never pick one quad layer. So shield. And I think what we could do is actually check to see if anything's being pushed to it. So every time we push information to it, we get a better quality out of it. But for now, when we just vent, kids screaming outside, and I'm like, do I need to call the police or just let them do it? I think they're having fun though. Alright, that's a lot better now. It's way better now. If anybody has any ideas like that, like if there's anything that seems super stupid that I've done, just let me know and I'll definitely update it. Because it's going to be a lot easier to work with that now than what it was previously. Because it was such a backwards ass mess. It didn't make much sense. Get texture. Is it set texture? Set texture. C. Get render target. Plug that in there. You in there. Doesn't look any different because I can never tell if I have the freaking render target stereo layer the right way around. Now it's overlapping. You guys can't see it, but I can see it overlapping in my headset. But it looks way better, but I'm not too sure why I can see it twice. Can't hide it either, can you? World locked. Preserve. I don't know, but while I was looking at the question, I did get the, although the code could be added in. Yes, I 100% agree. There's a lot of the stuff that could be put into actor components at this point, and that's what I'm going to be working on. That's why I'm kind of looking at this to reduce it all down. To make it simpler to work with. So if you don't need something, you just drag and drop it and remove it. But yeah, there's quite a bit. Because you know how it is. It's pretty much been a case of trying to get the features in there that we need, and then we can sort it out as we go. Because it's not just me building this; it's been everyone in the community as well, which is really good. I need to figure out why I've got double vision with the stereo layer. Where is it? Land mode, visible. View. I don't know why we're getting two different lots. If we do that, we'll be able to optimize it to the next level, most probably. Yeah, we're getting there's a lot that can be optimized still. Like I did the whole optimization pass in the last update, which was huge overall. But there is still things that we could probably whittle down and then update as we go. I got to remember to make sure I keep notes of what I've done. At least on my it's either PC or player controller. When I work in the character blueprint, the blueprint feels laggy. I guess because of all the code. The character blueprint is pretty simple. Like that's the only stuff in the character. At this point, I'm thinking of just completing the demo and then optimization base pass. Yeah, just do that because the optimization stuff shouldn't really be an issue for a demo. You want to focus on just getting the demo out there because you can do optimization after the demo and you've got all the media, the funding, and everything else out of it. But yeah. Like I want to put this into an actor component. Copy and paste this. Got some time dilation. Pretty sure instead of sending it to play, I could just get component. Component time dilation. That update time dilation, so I could get player character. We do it that way. Would probably still be better. Yeah, I have to get the demo at least. Because even my parents were asking me what the heck is doing all day. Game dev is slow, my dude. That's the problem. Wow. I know we replace it with the same amount of nodes, but now if we don't want it, you could just remove it in theory. I think that worked? I'm not entirely sure. That's just not trying to probably get component class targets. Is it working or are we going to crash? There we go. Go. Working cool. Yeah. What's going to be worth me doing is checking how I'm doing that code. That didn't fire, which means this isn't firing. This is not firing. Just add it to the character controller. Our dilation's definitely kicking in. So this cord here was still firing. The other thing with the actor components is it means we don't have to send information from different actors to each other, so we don't have to get the player anymore. It's just not firing. So the question is, what have I done? Is there something in here? Time dilation is firing. Okay. Character. I don't think this is a variable that I created. I think this is one that already exists inside of Unreal. Actor, get custom time dilation. So this only happens in the player. So the actor component time dilation does have to be in the player. Where this is placed, should it? Nothing is happening. What a surprise, I broke it again. Does time dilation only work for the actor it's in? Was that why I put it inside of here? Was this just the worst thing I could have chose to convert over? I think it was. Time dilation doesn't work. When keep trying to do stuff and it's just breaking.
Several core computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Material made as well. Playing things bullet holes. Nice. Time Valley should not work inside of a. That's an interesting one. I wonder how they're doing. Wonder how they're hiding their hands when you grab actors. I'd like to move it from here, if possible. Five point 5.5.0. Yeah. Don't do it in there. And I've got a feeling we don't do it in the VR porn either. Thank crap. The grab component in here when we grab. Nope. Try grab. Hide, unhide hand. That's a little bit similar than what I've got. Just set visibility. Set visibility, that's fine. Where does hide? How does it it's an actor? Why not just put that in the grab component? Because you would have to read. You'd have to read the report. Well, you could still do that. Do it so when you grab an actor, if it's true, then we already know that we grabbed something. Then we hide the motion controller. Huh. That's a lot to add, because then you have to go through the cube. Wait, so the cube doesn't do it? We got specific ones that they can hide and unhide. Don't think that's far off how I'm doing it in mine. Right hand's when grabbing, so I just do it on the grab component. Okay. The keys interaction. I wish I never added it. Fine. I need to figure out why the hood, so the stereo layer on the player, is lagging. You guys can't see it, but in the headset it's really visible. What kind is this? I hope we got to ask. How will you reduce the map build data? Are you referring to these ones here? Because there's nothing we need to. Like, they're pretty small. Like 34.8 megabytes to run a room. Like, yeah, that's fine. So spectator camera. But other than that, there's nothing you could really do. Like, I can delete the spectator camera from here. I'm pretty sure that would help with it. But that's the content that we have in the level. So to improve it, it would be better to just literally reduce the size map of the blueprint itself. That's about normal. 140 megabytes for my level. Yeah, it's about right. You've got to take into account all of your blueprints, all of your logic, everything that exists in there is what you're displaying basically. So other than deleting everything from your level or optimizing the content in your level, then that's as much as you could really do for it. Can't really do anything with that. Unless you start removing stuff, not really. Your level size is only going to go up. Probably the best thing you could do is look at reducing the size of some content inside of your level. So runtime, VR spectator, texture render target. Let's say I go into here, scene component. This is creating the render target. So render texture target here. Maybe go in, use this as an example, drop this down to like 256 by 256. Save. I don't even think I changed size, did it? Oh, I did. So then 1920 by 1080. So it's 16,200 kilobytes. Put this down to like 256 by 256. That drops it down. Save. And then size map. That should improve it quite a bit. So there we reduce the size of the virtual texture. And then maps. Size map. Size map. And then I don't actually think that changed much. I think it did. But yeah, so it's just about optimizing your blueprints to be as efficient as possible. But I really wouldn't worry about that file size. I've optimized everything as much as possible for most of the assets in the level, and most of the blueprints in it are also highly optimized and can't really be reduced any further. That's pretty much all you can do, to be fair. There's not much else you can do for that. Resolutions. I could do 1280 by 720. Still same target we got for both. Okay, so the little one is on the way. So as soon as they get home, I'll be wrapping up. Oh, my bad. It's a good question though. Like, how do you reduce your level size? That's pretty much it. That's why level streaming can be so handy, because you can have a whole bunch of different levels with a whole load of different content, and then you unload them as you go. So instead of loading up a project or a level in your case, which is, well, we do this as an example. If we had different levels, each room was going to be their own level stream. They could be considerably smaller, so they could be around the same size as the little maps, so 20 megs each. So when you leave a room, you unload it, and then you remove 20 megs out of memory, and then you can load them back in when you go through the doors, that kind of thing. So that's something to consider as well. That's why level streaming is so handy. Trying to think of what could be active components at this point, and there's not much. I could probably take some code out of like the weapons, like the two-handed stuff, turn it into a two-handed component, and then attach that to the weapon actor. That would probably work. Did I fix the load screen? It's really annoying that the stereo layer can be seen twice. So annoying when my tracking goes out. So low. RGB. Do that. Don't think it'll work. It might work. Yeah, that worked. That's good. Sam Pepper, hello, my dude. Honestly, little one goes to bed. We'll play some Baldur's Gate later. Long corridor loading, exactly. Elevators, long hallways, winding hallways, that kind of thing. Just triggers on each end. Govanik, by the way, did you check out the PowerPoints at the moment? I'm editing the videos for it as well. It should be done soon. I didn't. I didn't have a chance to check the PowerPoint. Pretty much got the internet sorted today properly. Like, me and Sam normally play games on an evening, and I haven't even been able to. It's been so bad. It's been like 3 weeks, so we're waiting to play games. But yeah, see what time the little one goes to bed. She's been at nursery all day today, so she should be absolutely knackered. Try and feed her early as well. Get her to pass out. Go to bed early and play games. So we optimized the VR, the virtual texture for runtime. that worked. And then we removed the cast node from the level blueprint. Because this now can be anywhere, but the problem is, right, people are downloading and purchasing the template, but they're not reading the text on this freaking wall. The amount of messages and reviews I get saying the levels don't stop or they don't load, and it doesn't hide the load screen, but it's because they're not reading this, and I don't understand how to make it any clearer. Oh. Do I just remove it and then put it inside the player controller? Inside the player? The same way that Epic have done with 5.5? Snam, loading transitions look really nice. Will be cool. Star Wars sci-fi. You can't really do that, unfortunately. We could, but yeah. There's a couple of different ways you could do it. Nobody reads. Yeah, it's honestly it's the biggest gripe. People don't have any issues with the template overall. They figure everything out mostly by themselves. But the loading transition to getting a new level to load is just literally the amount of times I've taken a screenshot of this and being like, "Have you read it?" Let's find another way for this. So Epic have done the same thing. So if I open up the UVRT template, they've now added a load screen into it, which is really cool. So when you restart the project using the hand menu, you can go in and just sets the loading screen, waits 3 seconds, and then loads the level, which is absolutely fine. This is what we've just implemented into ours, just to tidy it up a little bit. Like, it worked the same way as what I had before. But that's pretty cool. But with theirs, they just have the VARP on, and when it begins play, it does a sequence and then hides the loading screen. So that's all they're doing, exactly the same as what I'm doing here, except I'm doing it in the level blueprint. Because my understanding is that if it's in the level blueprint, people can put this code, they know what the code is, to fade into the scene, and they can call it from any blueprint or any level stream in their game. Because if you do level streaming, you typically load them in a specific order. So if you have your main level load, and then you've got your blueprints, you've got your environment lighting, or foliage, or whatever it is, however it's broke up, the last level stream you have that loads in, you could then run the fade in. So you're in control, like full control of it. And then going from there. That's why game devs lock people into tutorials. Yeah, it's easier to do a tutorial than it is to build a game that is naturally set up for it. But it's such a shame. It's the one thing that kind of impacts the reviews a little bit. Although that's talking about reviews, what I did do is, since Fab doesn't allow written reviews for some freaking reason, which is some of the dumbest shit. I went through the Epic Marketplace and I screenshotted all my reviews, put them into the product as images, even the bad ones. So like even on the first page, like my 2-star ones, and then like the 4-star, I put them in there. I don't think it's the easiest thing to read, but I did try and put all of the reviews that I've got into the screenshots, because I don't know why they would miss that out. It's honestly, Epic games are typically really good and on point, but this is some stupid shit. Not having reviews for a store is ridiculous, especially when you're not like other devs that put leave your Discord name with 5 stars to get access. I'm like, I couldn't give a shit. It's damn creative workaround. It really is. Like if you're not aware, they've merged the Epic Games Marketplace with Sketchfab and ArtStation Store into one new website. But the one thing they haven't translated over is the star rating, which sucks because mine was really damn good and I didn't jimmy the system or anything. And then no text reviews, and I'm like, why? Oh, we've got a rating, and I don't even know if people who currently own the product can leave a new rating or if it's just new purchases. But yeah. Oh yeah, a lot of marketplace sellers do that. It's so stupid. Even I got scammed like that once. It's honestly, it's insane. Like, I've worked my ass off to build this thing. This is one of the benefits is the license though. I can leave the licensing at $130 for indie devs, but then for the bigger companies, I've been able to put it up to like $550. So I can actually charge way more for higher companies. But whether they actually do that is one thing. I'm not entirely sure if they will. If they will, it will make my life so much better, because I know of a lot of big companies using this, and it's just like, I'd like to get paid for it. It sucks. I could rant about it for a bit, but I'm not going to. Yes, where do we put this? Which interaction? Close you, demo room, close you, game instance. I'm gonna put the I've already got a delay. I was gonna say I'm gonna add a delay here. Oh, nice. Please don't take that much from me, son. No. It's one of those things, it's one of the conversations I've been having with my partner for quite a while. I was even talking to somebody from a university about doing contracts, so I could give them licenses and then they can use it for their students. But it never really went anywhere, and they weren't really happy with how much I wanted to charge for it and for how much. So doing it this way allows me to have a bit more control over it, and it's just me trying to decide whether I'm going to be nice or do the business route and then charge them a bunch more. Because the amount of time I've been working on this is fucking insane. And there's so many massive companies using it. I know of pharmaceutical companies building VR experiences with it. I can't name them. I don't think I can name them anyway. But basically, there's like 5 or 6 massive companies using this internally, and then go from there. Sandpaper, be nice to people, companies aren't people. That's it. Like, I'm gonna tally it up and have a think of what I could charge for it, because if the revenue from the company is over 100,000, then it falls under that second license. So it would be accounting for that. So like putting it up to 1,000, I'm like, I'd be willing to do that. 1,000, 1,500. If it had multiplayer, I could charge way more for it. I think that's the motivation to get multiplayer in here. Understandable. It's not so true. It really is true. Like, I'm building this for the indie devs to do what they want, but when you see the massive companies like using your stuff or distributing it in-house to different people, it really sucks sometimes. But I get why they do it. There's nothing stopping them from doing it on the marketplace. Like, I emailed, so this is one thing. I emailed Epic to ask them if they would do educational licensing and put it on the marketplace. And the email I got back was just, no, we're not planning on doing that right now. And I'm just like, oh, like, why isn't, like, in here, if we go to Fab, where is it? Where did I put it? Like, I don't know why there isn't a section. So personal price, so that's Indian individual, and then educational price, and then professional price. Like, there really needs to be an educational section. I know not every product on the marketplace is being used for that, but with the growing interest in immersive tech, It actually is. There's a handful of universities that have the template and they've been using it for their classes, and it's becoming a pain. I had somebody come into the Discord and then they complained that there was a bug or something, and that they had people come into them to complain about the bug. And I was like, the only reason other people will be going to you instead of coming straight here is because you bought it and you give it to them, and then they know that they can't ask. Which, it sucks so much. Yeah, hopefully the new Fab store, once it kicks in this month, will be really good, and then we'll see some new stuff. I'm really hoping it doesn't impact sales as well, because sales are really good each month. When a delete, force delete, child class. Damn, could it be that Epic would get less money if it had more concession prices? I don't think so. So right now, when Fab kicks into gear and we get more sales, we get 100% of the profits up until the end of December, and then it drops down to 88%. So they only get the 12%, which is really freaking cool compared to most stores. And so that's not really the problem. So if Epic allow for different hierarchies of licensing, I'm pretty sure they could then just get 12% on each sale. So you're going to get more money offering more licenses. But I don't know what the best way to approach them would be. Like, can you add this in? Would be. I don't want to name the company I was working for. They were downloading pirated templates, and as I was one of 3 tech guys at the time, we were told to recreate the templates under their name, which felt like a scam. Yeah, it's really shitty. I found a website that was selling an old version of my template, and then when I tried to send them a message to be like, "Can you take this down?" they blocked my IP address. I think I put it into the Patreon and the Discord, but they blocked my IP address, so I couldn't message them or load the website. But if I loaded it on my phone, it worked. So I took screenshots, emailed it to Epic, and then they were like, yeah, well, it's like, the reply was, thanks for letting me know, or thanks for letting us know, we've passed it on to the legal team, and then the website's gone. So I was like, yes. But it wasn't just my stuff, there was a whole bunch of different things. I suppose if we saw more, that's still 12% of sales you wouldn't get otherwise. Yeah, that's it. The more licensing they offer, the better it is. So with the educational license, all you need is educational license, number of seats, and then a drop down of like how many seats you want to purchase, and then just go from there. So if there's a like a university and they've got 20 students, they could just buy 20 seats and then just fire it through. So that's kind of how I need to balance the other template, and that's why I'm thinking of like 1,000. Like, it's really tempting to, because it does go pretty high. Like 1,000, 1,000, 1,400 is max. I could do that, and I don't see why that would be a problem, to be fair. Because there's essentially 10 seats. I've seen a whole bunch of plugins on Woo. Somebody will be angry with this. Someone will be annoyed by it. I've worked my ass off. I'm not going to screw indie devs. What's the worst that can happen? Nobody buys the bulk one. Don't make the call during a live stream. I can always change it. People know how to get to us through Discord and that, so if there's any issues. I can change it. I can literally change it as easy as you've just seen. So if anybody messaged me being like, we've got this amount, we can't afford that for the company, then if you're watching it, send me a message and we can have a chat. Oh, we did it. I did it. The store's not up yet, so nobody can see it anyway. I can guarantee it won't be an issue. If I did it for the indie version and it was like the individual and I put that up to like 500, it'd be like, it's just basically saying fuck you, isn't it? It would not work at all. I don't feel like I've done anything today. I just changed Quinn to a child. So it should load better. Option 1. Quinn. Yeah. Lol, playing with our hearts. Yeah. See, if you're making 100,000 a year, or your company makes 100,000, you can afford a template. See, what would be really interesting is if I can convert some of this into actor components, but I don't know if that would ruin replication. Right. Size map. God, this is down from like 250 megs. The stereo layer I'm going to have to remove from the character, but it's really frustrating because I really want that stereo layer in there because it makes things look so much crisper. I'm not too sure why the stereo layer is appearing on top of the widget behind it and not lining up to it perfectly. Or stereo layer. I think that might have worked. Nope, I can't tell if that is the stereo layer. Changed anything, have I? No, it's just not showing up. I don't know how I broke the stereo layer, but I definitely broke the stereo layer. tell if the stereo layer is enabled or not. I realize it's affected by the glass. I need a better design for the hood. I just need a better looking one. What's going on with the stereo layer? Still got the cord in. Here it is. It's also really annoying that the line trace is so high up. Not the line trace, the spring arm. Too low. So I need to make a note to add hood options back in to the new spring arm. Oh. Should be fine. I need to greatly improve the body holsters because a lot of people have an issue with those. I'm pretty sure everyone's back. So what we'll do is we'll leave it there. I'm going to delete the stereo layer because it wasn't running. Delete the stereo layer and then I'm going to call it there. What are you doing? Catch me. Bye bye. Bye bye. You gotta do the like and subscribe now. Yeah.